Hello, layers. Okay. Spoilers. We're going to talk about spoilers. We're going to talk about Final Fantasy XIV DAWNTRAIL spoilers. I'm warning you right now, I don't want to raw dog it in case there's anybody who's like, ooh, Demeist wastes half an hour at the start of stream just chatting shop, and so I'll be able to come in and say hi, and then spoilers. Okay. That being said, man, this music is appropriate for the just raw amount of grief that we're supposed to be feeling in this moment with Galul Jaja's death, and just like everything else that has happened with regards to the MSQ. So I do very quickly, and I promise I will not go back on this too much. I do want to say, everything that I have raised yesterday, I still feel. I still feel like there were all of the tools necessary for an excellent narrative at the top. I do still feel like the addition of the superior technological force, to me, feels like a very distinct parallelism between A Realm Reborn in some ways, with regards to having spoilers. Drone soldiers come down from the skies and grab people. All of that being said, there is something in the water of Dawntrail that makes it difficult once you get on a certain track to get off of that track, which is where I am. And so we have had some outside influences have a quick chat, have a conversation, and this is not to cast aspersions on anybody. If you've reached out to me in DMs, this is not necessarily about you, but also if you have, thank you, because I do appreciate when people give me feedback. So I have been so fixated on the fact that, when Nanamo in the Bloody Banquet in A Realm Reborn post drinks the poison in the goblet, right? It wasn't a cyber goblet, and Lolorito didn't unveil his mask, and underneath he had two cyber eyes, and he was like, it was me, Optimus Prime from Galactatron or wherever all of the Transformers are from, right? The thing is that it was all within the medium that was there. All of those concerns that I have are still there, are still relevant. I'm not putting those away. I mean, that would be cool though. So that is the spirit that we're taking today. This is cool though, right? The cynical part of me that's like, what are they doing for merchandising? What are they doing for, whatever reason? We're taking all of that stuff and we're putting it to the side for right now. I will still sometimes unpack it and take it out, but we're gonna approach things with, hey, that is cool, or maybe, hey, that isn't cool. We will also obviously think analytically, because that's what I do, but there were a lot of things that happened last time. And again, spoilers. With Galul Jaja's death, with the fact that Zaralja was doing this, the fact that Erinville was having that breakdown about Shaloni, and obviously I had a moment where I saw that, and that was it is what is happening to Erinville is unironically the story of how much it would suck to be an NPC in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, right? And all of that is stuff that I did not address upon yesterday because, as one individual put it, I was very focused on sounding smart instead of necessarily living in my feelings. And I don't think that was wrong. Let me be clear. I'm not bringing that up to be like, what an asshole. I think sometimes that it is possible that I become fixated on analyzing things instead of just going, this is a vibe. Because there are a lot of times where I don't go, this is a vibe. I don't go to Ishgard and be like, what a vibe Ishgard is. I go to Ishgard and I go, hey, this is a time and an experience that I will be hyper-analytical on, hyper-critical on, and that is not necessarily the vibe that Dawntrail is encouraging right now. So that's all that I'm going to say about it. We're just going to get into the game. We're going to enjoy the game. And I'm gonna see what the heck is going on, because it is gonna feel real bad if we get to Shaloni and all of Erenville's people are like dead, and I was screaming about like narrative consistency, right? So there you go. Thoughts about making those deep dives into the story as videos? I'm not opposed to it. I do like that idea a lot. We'll talk about it. Because my video docket has been complicated, but yeah. All right. That's it. That's enough. We're rocking and we're rolling. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of the thing, which is to say, we're here. We've caught up with people in general and trying to figure out where people are standing. She did well. Erenville talking about Wuklamat. It is inspiring to see such diverse peoples rally as one. Y'shtola and Grahatia showed up. The people of Tural have come together for this fight. We must endeavor not to fail them. Cryol is a magical Exodus baby from another dimension. I'm glad to see so many people came. I wasn't sure how many I had won over, so I decided to keep at it. Alice and Alphino or Alice and Alphino. That was a rousing speech, was it not? Let us do our part to ensure the Dawn servants can fulfill their promise to the people. If you want to hear Wuklamat's speech, not only are all of the VODs here on Twitch, but you can find them over on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure how the desync is over there, so do let me know. That was a rousing speech, was it not, to fulfill their promise? And let's turn in the quest with Grahatia. Listening to Wuklamat and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds, they answered me. The people of Tural, too, will rise to occasion. This I can tell. I look forward to the day when peace is restored in Tural. There is so much I wish to see. Have you heard of tacos, Grahatia? In Yasulani's shadow, Alphino is considering how best to help carry out Wuklamat's plan. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Wuklamat that... There you all are! Ah, Lamati. We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We leave from the Shak Tural Skygate. Wait, am I an idiot? What? Is the Skygate just the dirigible landing? There was a post on Reddit mentioning all NPCs eating tacos, eat them incorrectly, mouthful of tortilla. Obviously you start from the center of the bottom, amateurs. That's how you get directly to the meat of the tortilla. Wait, the meat of the taco. Although, it does remind me, have y'all... We've talked about this before, but the, like, eat bread emote is, like, 90% us looking at the bread and not us actually eating any of the bread. Gotta have time to chew the bread, it's true. I will miss Galul Jaja. There was obviously another part of the component that we missed, which was when Zoralja said, "I thought you were dead." I thought that he was talking about the Head of Reason, and we were going to discover that the Head of Reason was still alive. We did not discover that. It was still just the Head of Resolve. So for some reason, Zoralja thought the Head of Resolve was dead. Hey, Tafa, it's good to see you. Galul Jaja, my king. Literally, right? Obviously, the position of Dawn Servant has now been sort of magnified out, but it is wacky. Also, there has been some conversation about the fact that Galul Jaja was dueling Zoralja, and like now that I like think back on the cutscene, right? Like Kedenram did hold back like Wuk-Lamat from interfering, but like it was very strange for that to have been a duel, because in much the same way that I keep talking about Zoralja getting, like, why didn't Zoralja just get all of the Landsguard in there, or why did Bakul Jaja not, like, you know, use more of, like, the local populace to his advantage. There is definitely something to be said for all of us could have gotten in and, like, stabbed Zoralja, like, 15 times to death, right? But we were like, we are going to, I guess, observe the right of trial by combat here. But yeah. Did he think the deadhead was puppeting the other? I don't think so, but that would be wild. We do Ashkin are canonically an entity separate from Void Scent and others, but yeah. When you saw Galul Jaja and saw that the shroud, your first instinct was that the other side passed on. Not time for an honorable duel. Yeah. Showing up during the stab and echoing would have been easier to swallow as an observer. Yeah. No, that being an echo scene, I get that. Yeah, JR was saying that yesterday. The dome appears to lie well beyond Shaloni. A good thing we have Erenville to guide us. We should have everything we need for the expedition, from food to medicine to gear. It's quite amazing how much you can fit in Erenville's rucksack. Yasulani isn't exactly a short distance from Shaloni. If the train isn't operating, we'll need to consider other means of travel. Kona and Ketenram will continue to manage affairs at the palace. Once I've inspected the dome, I will join them to make preparations against further incursions. Even from afar, I can sense something isn't right about that dome. Yup. Okay. As Lamati says, let's stay vigilant. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zoralja and secure peace for Tuliolal. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. No! Also, yeah, there are a lot more ships, obviously. The Landsguard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliolal. Indeed, And while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Elish and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Erinville, Alisay, and Elish will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shaloni Station. We can start with Kusatawi. That's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell us a few things. I'm not putting on the cowboy glam this time. Thank you. Although, let's be real, I really did just slap the glam together as fast as possible. So this region has its own peacekeeping force. Everything seems in order at a glance. The people of the wilds are brave indeed to remain here with those ships overhead. Alright. Oh, it's you two. It's you two. And I'll be Valwook Lamat as well. You're Sheriff of the Dust Watch, yes? What's the situation here in Husatawi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, so the ships are obviously some sort of signal relay situation, right? That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shesha no Wheezy Springs yet. Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Mewahetsoan. I'll accompany Erinville. See you all in a while. We're honored that Valwook Lamat should visit us personally. Please take care out there. Did anybody watch the actual Cowboys vs. Aliens movie with Daniel Craig? Because this is giving me big Cowboys vs. Aliens energy, somewhat. Like, obviously the aliens in that movie were actually aliens and not other people from another dimension, but the energy, I think, is much the same. Oh, I have not been here. Is this the right way? Okay. It is also interesting, I will say, because I was making a lot of comparisons to A Realm Reborn and what Dawntrail is doing, and one of the ones that I think is perhaps the most telling is, do y'all remember in A Realm Reborn when you're on the elevator fight in the Praetorium, and you're fighting Gaius, and you defeat Gaius the first time, and Gaius is basically like, this isn't even my final form, and he goes Super Saiyan, and his armor turns to gold, and like, there's no explanation, really, why Gaius's armor turning into gold made him stronger, but we all just sort of went, yeah, okay, and now like, this phase 2 of the fight is happening, Gaius is stronger because his armor is gold. I was thinking about it, and I was like, I guess visual shorthand for technological differences and like power scaling is like obviously a shorthand that is in any narrative tool bag. But I was thinking about it and I was like, I guess I was more accepting of Gaius just doing that because all of the Praetorium and all of Castrum Meridianum was just sort of a fever dream to me. So you know. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Y'all, you still an absolute weirdo? You know anything about that bruise hovering on the horizon, traveler? Folks are saying it's war or the end of the world or both. What do you say? What do you do here? Okay, so she hasn't changed her dialogue there. What kind of place is this? Okay, no new dialogue there. Listen. Oh my god, what? And then they just left the body here? The mechanical soldier shows no sign of life. It appears to have been run through with a polearm. When those soldiers first showed up, I thought I was done for. If I hadn't managed to toss one of these barrels at him, I'm not sure I'd be here right now. Okay, but that guy's been killed by a polearm Estinian. I was like, why is it important that they're telling us it's a polearm? It's because the Azure Dragoon was here. Sure, fine. Oh, we can go in here? Oh, it's the train station, of course. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. While Lika and the others are out investigating, and they've confirmed that Nito... Hold on. Hold on. Nito Wickway is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome had appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked in Yasulani. No, Namika. Ugh, what a mess. And just after we finished fixing the tracks. I'll be sure to tell the chief you stopped by when they return. Ah, so that's the way of it. Good thing he showed up when he did. Estinian, of course. How foolish of me to forget that the Azure Dragoon is just roaming about here somewhere. Alish, you came! As you can see, we're doing all right. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasulani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is well. Estinian being a mysterious plot device just like in Stormblood. I gotta be honest though, the fact that like we didn't get a random cutscene of Estinian doing a backflip onto an artillery piece and then stabbing the artillery piece with the spear, you know, that's something. But also, I don't know if that would make me like it more, you know what I mean? Random Estinian solo duty. In this duty, you will be playing as Estinian. You heard about the spearmen as well. That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spread more gossip about me? Talk of how I save the town travels fast. Ha ha ha. Oh, Zekawa, my favorite boy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie though, like just looking at this half, can you not already feel Zekawa telling Estinian like, let me travel with you and learn from you? And Estinian is like, no, I don't want you. And Zekawa is like the plucky anime boy who like continues to follow Estinian around from town to town. And then Estinian begrudgingly starts teaching Zekawa stuff. I will say I'm already getting that energy just from this shot, so. Like the Gaius Estinian one during Shadowbringers that gives you whiplash. You know, because they had to deal with, you know, the entirety of Black Rose somehow, but they didn't want it to be you because it turns out chemical weapons is kind of a wild subject to do in your MMO. Talk of how I saved the town travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. He's the Azure Dragoon. He's the Azure Dragoon. He doesn't operate on the same power level. But are the rumors true? Gulul Jaja is slain? I'm afraid so. Zoralja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done, mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume. I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaloni and keep an eye on things. Okay. This is... I know it's going to seem like the second an Ishgardian enters the screen, I immediately get softer on the plot, but I will say, Ishgardians had been unironically dealing with over a millennia of a superior aerial force coming down and just like blitzing their towns and people, right? So Estinian being with the people in Shaloni is unironically a real defensive strategy, right? Because like, think about the fact that the amulets that are used in Endwalker, the one that's given to the Grand Companies to make the Grand Companies be able to deal with the primals and avoid being tempered. Literally, dragon scales are so dense with aether that apparently you can stop a primal from tempering you with that. Like, that's how much aether those dragons just got floating around for free. That's a lot of aether to be dealing with. So, you know what? A bunch of dragoons in Tural don't need to worry about the airships at all. Who would win, a squadron of ships or one guy who can jump really high? But he can jump really high. You know, describing him as plucky made me think of Titus and Auron from 10. But yeah. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona? Brother? Wait a second, you're the Valor Resolve? I am. And you're Zekawa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. Okay. But hollows to refer to undead is one of my favorite tropes. It's not undead, it's mechanical soldiers or whatever, but also. I'm the fastest gun in Shaloni, after all. Elish can attest to that. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaloni in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away, then. What has happened to Zekawa's two friends? What has happened to the two... What were the boys called who, like, worked with Zekawa? What happened to their friends? And don't get me wrong, it is a hell of a thing that they've upgraded to Estinian, but... Oh my gosh, hello! Fanina, it's so good to see you! Hey! Tigerine, also good to see you as well, obviously. And Waffles O'Malley, thank you so much for the raid! What the heck? I appreciate this, y'all. His voice, the howl you just let out. Listen, Fanina. It's good to see you guys. The Daybreakers, yes, thank you, Tigerine. I don't know why the alert is so loud. I do apologize for that, y'all. I'll see what I can do about that next time. But yeah, perfect Zekawa, 10 out of 10, no notes. Thank you. I have done exactly one character for a TTRPG actual play, and his name was Seven Shot Valentine. So I've got one accent in the arsenal. That's it. That's the only one I got. But yeah. Let's get patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and joined the others. I will admit, the amount of train fuckery that happened in MSQ was significantly less than I thought it was going to be. Y'all let me be very upset about the train fuckery that was going to happen, and then, you know, cyberpunk invasion from the fidget toy airships, and you know what, I deserve that, so, yeah. You're confident with Southern and nothing else. You know, I got a scathing bless your heart in my arsenal, but yeah. Okay, but what if we had more train fuckery? Oh boy. Welcome
to the trolley problem.
No! We were commenting on how it was actually very smart of them to use the reflections from the first conversation to ease you into the concept of the reflections from, you know, from whatever this other reflection is in particular. There are some smart pieces that have been put into play. There are also a lot of pieces that we are going to Smile and wave about, but you get it. You would have loved for more trains, maybe in the patches. Oh no. Fanina, I have nothing but the deepest respect and appreciation for you. And I need you to understand that I say this only from a place of love. Are you a train fucker? We're just jingling the plot keys in front of you to distract you of thoughts of First Promise. Ayo! We got 5 whole patches for trains? No! What if they added public transit to Final Fantasy XIV? Waffles, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, if they did actually have other working trains, it would be rad, right? Like, one of the greatest miseries from Garlemald being destroyed was that we had an actual train station and no visible trains. Like, you know what? The airships for the main 3 cities still have that animation. If you go to the airship landings to like travel on, you can see all of them. You know what? Have just a silly little animation where our characters get on a train, the train pulls into a station and then gets out. I love that. It's fine. Trains are just cool, man. Okay, in the interest of fairness to the people here, they aren't at the level of trolley fuckery on the first, right? Like, my main criticism with the trolley fuckers on the first was that the world is ending, literally the flood of light is happening, you have limited resources, time, and energy, why are y'all so excited about trolleys? And then, it wasn't even actually a trolley, it was a minecart being pushed by a Talos, right? That's not a trolley. So at least we got to the train station and there was a train inside of it, as opposed to a minecart being pushed by, like, one of the pterodactyls, so it's fair. It's what we deserve, train animations. It's fair. You know what? It's fair. But yeah, welcome in everybody. We are at 96. We're getting to figure out what the heck is going on over in Shaloni. And I have been... We've got a lot of feelings about Final Fantasy XIV's MSQ so far, so if you're at all curious, all of the VODs are obviously here, as well as on YouTube at Demise Live, but I'm happy to answer any questions as we go, you get it. Okay, but a minecart pushed by a pterodactyl would have been pretty cool too. You kind of cooked there? No! The part where Erenville is like, how do I describe a pterodactyl to you? It's kind of dragon-like. Like, had my, like, Ishgardian role-player sensibilities, like, dragon-like. You think Ishgardians would fight a 1,200-year-long war with pterodactyls? Anyways, it's besides the point. The Talos was the more cool part of it. We're moving on. We're moving on, Red Rebecca. You grew up being fascinated by trains. If they added a working train system to Final Fantasy XIV, it would make your day. Waffles, which is more important to you? Galactic exploration as it was presented during FanFest, or highly detailed train simulator 2K25 added to the Final Fantasy XIV near you? The Pterodactyl Song War? No! No! But yeah, alright. It seems those soldiers only appeared in... we also have a pronunciation guide, so apologies for 10 seconds. It seems those soldiers only appeared in Sheshanawezi Springs. Could they have been after the Ceruleum? There's no way they're after the Ceruleum, surely. No more Loperites. Now I can agree with that. Highly detailed galactic train exploration. Obviously, isn't there a train game? It's like called Void Train or something, where you're traveling through space on a train. But yeah. It seems the people of Shaloni are safe. What a relief. Mewa Hetsoan is still safe, but the animals are unsettled by recent events. The dome is absolutely massive. Thank you for commenting on my dome, Grahatia. What manner of kingdom do you suppose he's claimed within its borders? I don't know that it's Zeralja's kingdom under the dome. I mean, it might be, but I don't think so, right? Raha and I visited the settlements west of here. Thankfully, there was no damage or casualties to speak of. I heard from Wuklamat that Estinian was here. With him to watch over them, the people of Shaloni will never need firewood. Galaxy Express 999. Is that actually the name of it, Tiger Eye? Oh, and excuse me, Nicodemus, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the gang. We've got follower emotes, we've got a Discord, we've sometimes got community events and things that we've got going on in there, so right now the like side thing that's going on is I'm having people vote for the new community name inside of our little community, and it looks like the gang is going to win again, which is hilarious because I felt weird calling y'all the gang because I was like, do people know what this meme is anymore? But it turns out people hate change, so there you go. Thanks to Estinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hetsaru were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is comprised of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zeralja and his army emerged from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling of where one is. Oh no, it's Shenza, okay. These are the engineers of Tural Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. I'll straddle your dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yasulani? Wuklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yasulani. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Okay. You know what? Hell yeah! Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zoralja wants me to prove I'm father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tural. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. Oh my god. Of course. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow. And we have just that. Yeah, what is it, Walika? Since the tracks go straight... No! I was just saying... Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. You know what? Fine. And Alpha Noah and Istinian still browse, yep. Thank you so much for the lurk, Vanina. Blue Hydra, please! Yeah, JR, can you imagine being a passenger on the return trip? Absolutely sigh of relief. Glad Trolley Dad didn't lose Trolley Wife in a mining accident. Definitely the better timeline than the first, hey? Giving the Covenant back their bomb! Master Chief / Walika. That's the real reason. That's the real reason why Master Chief won't take off his helmet, right? You think it's because underneath is just a normal guy, John. But actually, it was Walika the entire time. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have... Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads! Oh my god! No! Sincere and open minds. Sincere and open minds. Oh my god, okay, no, sincere and open minds. If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. These good folk are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside the dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. The writers knew what they were doing with this one, fair enough. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? I see. There's no change in her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown, never fear. We're making a lot of bold promises this time around. Seeing as I've never had a drink in my life, I certainly hope not. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Please, 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 please do not kill her. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tural. And it will. But first we got work to do so she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can help you with, I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. It seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tural and inform Kona of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. Into the gate. Remember, she's got her boyfriend on the first. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Alika's wife didn't have to die now because we've got Femme Hrothgar's. No! The American Dream, circa 19th century. Trains and explosions. I mean, how do you think we got that transcontinental railroad? We dynamited our way through several mountains, right? What have you walked into, Kingdom? Probably what it was at that exact moment was them saying the way that we're justifying blowing up the train is because who knows if these advanced foreign invaders will even let us have future railroads? Fair enough. My Walika voice sounds like Sarge from Red vs. Blue. Man, that's a blast from the past. You think Rooster Teeth will let me voice Sarge in the remake? That's definitely happening? Because Rooster Teeth is definitely still around? Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we had best make it count. The ships seem content to remain waiting in the sky, so let us take this opportunity to do what we can and prepare. I hope Namika is safe. Like, I will say this about Erenville, right? About making Erenville not an incredible fighter, about just giving Erenville a PhD in zoology, right? Is like, Erenville is truly just sort of the voice of like, this is what the actual stakes are. Even only having just met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. Okay. We'll make this plan work. See if we don't. I am gonna go ahead, and I hate to do it to you folks, I really do, but we're gonna go on a very quick break. And that's because I feel like there is something on the horizon coming. So what that means is that we're going to be anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side, but it might go a little longer because we have the Tural travel guide, our travelogue, which has been helpfully put together by our friend Presna/Bo, who is accepting submissions if people have G poses that they want to send out of their favorite zones and things like that. And I think I'm going to be getting to a new zone pretty soon here. So if anybody is at all interested, go ahead and check those out and or join our Discord. And I'll catch you. A train? Is it a train on the horizon? No. I've got bad news, Fanina. We have blown up all the trains. A Gabi engineer was super excited and they blew up the train. And so now we have no way of getting into Yasulani. We've failed the mission. We are soft locked out of the end results. But I'll see you right back and see if we can't get a solution to that, hey? See you in a few. And we're back. Thank you all so much for your patience. Let's rock and roll. Putting plans into locomotion is the name of this particular quest log, or quest title, and I have no negative feelings about that name. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. Do y'all remember in the early 2000s there were a bunch of dome related shows? Is that just me, or there was Under the Dome, and I feel like there were other ones that involved a giant dome, but maybe it was just Under the Dome. We'll make this plan work. See if we don't. I hope Namika is safe. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we had best make it count. Putting plans into locomotion. Your plan is set, but Graha Tia is not without reservations. Was there a Stephen King adaptation? I didn't know that. Hell yeah. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoralja will not strike Tuliolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolal, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. We're just gonna touch on it and we're gonna go. But I don't know if you guys know about the whole killing intent thing in a lot of Japanese, both culture and also pop culture, right? The idea that by gazing at someone's eyes you can glean their intent and sort of more about who they are as a person. This is reeking of that. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolal in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zoralja, at least until Tuliolal has shored up its defenses. Right, we'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolal. I swear to God, if we come back to Tuliolal and there's just a bunch of Ishgard-style dragon killer cannons. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Time is of the essence, friends. No time to take a detour. And go do the DPS role quests. We're not doing that. He's more likely to get Charlian weapons. In the interest of fairness, Charlian weapons at this point probably do far surpass Ishgardian weapons. I love the Skysteel manufactory. They are not making any spaceships, so... Everyone's hard at work on the train. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Where to begin? Have we tried making the entire train out of crystals? Stevenian would be down to putting guns on the train. It's a shame Sid and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I'd expect they'd turn it into a flying train. Shenza has given me a list of materials. We'll see to it they have everything they need. They did request that you count the number of planks that are around, however. If they put Joy in Tural, I think Zoral would have lost. In the interest of fairness, Joy is a little unhinged, hey? That's the friend NPC from the Machinist questline. Flying train Mount Win. Just saying, they got the Phantom train. Zoralja's forces remain quiet for now. If there is any movement, I'll alert everyone immediately. And I think that's all of the crew that are still here, so let's go back and actually get the ding-dang thing done. Because the rest have returned to Tuliolal, so... Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So, what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Are we about to go get Fonjontaine and be like, Fonjontaine, can you craft a gold oil lamp for our train? Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications on the train? Of course. What sort of craftsman did you have in mind? Well, let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping that train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses... Oh my god. Okay. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so have a mind for installing grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? So I do read chat at the same time a lot of the time. So I was reading the soldiers use lightning-based weapons as I was reading the lamp is shiny and reflective enough. And I was like, I swear to God, if they're like, just bounce the lightning off the train, 5. We could ask the fellow with a fetish for formalities. No. We could ask whatever. A master carpenter from Okhanu, eh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have them. No objections from me. Just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Also, to whoever was saying previously that this was them testing between having it be about another character and having it be about the Warrior of Light, all of these questions that are aimed at us could have obviously been answered by Wuklammat, right? So I do see that, right? Zermurwer. We're talking about heavy equipment. Zermurwer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yakhoi, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yakhoi? I'll be damned. We'll not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's install ballistas on the train! Big ones! What sucks is that Ishgardian Elish would absolutely say that. Let's borrow guns from Kona for everyone. Wait, is the big ballistas the actual... I love big ballistas and I cannot lie. These both seem unhinged, what? Let's install ballistas on the trains, big ones. No, it can't be that. Is the answer borrowing guns from Kona? It can't. I don't know which one of these are more silly. I need you to understand the idea of us going to Kona and being like, hey Kona, can we get like 20 to 30 guns, and also I have no guarantee of whether they'll be back, and Kona just being like, sure Lamati, I just have 30 guns sitting around that I don't use, here you go, is insane. Go with your heart. You said Ishgardi and Elish would love ballistas. Indulge a little. No! Ugh. Fine. As a little treat, as a treat, let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Ballistas, eh? While they be powerful, it seems to me they take too long to reload between shots. I cannot believe the legitimate answer is to get a bunch of guns from Kona. If there were some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed... Okay, so neither of them were the correct option. Okay. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I can see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. Juked, we're not getting guns. Alright, you know what? There you go. While I did not conceive them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now, that sounds like something Fonjontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon, we will require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Oh, just ignore the 3,000 fire crystals I'm holding on to. Then, if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. If we used your fire crystals, we'd have to count them all. Fair enough. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Okay, I know I said that I was going to be more focused during stream, but I do have to admit, Graha's superpower isn't being a mage, it's completing military technical drawings on the back of a wanted poster in 20 minutes is so funny to me. We do have to account for the fact that he has the 8th Umbral Calamity plus years of experience, right? From when Grahatia's soul crystal entered back into the source, and again, he's not reforged, right, in terms of the conventional sense, but he does have all of that memory aether to sort of back him up, so yeah. And hey, Raj. Yeah, he's got 300 years of experience crammed in that cat boy. God damn. And he does have the magical Allegan eye, don't forget it. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Tural. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shenza over to the southeast. Are they not going to make a reference to counting planks? Have we moved beyond that? Flying train. Shenza materials. Is this new? No, it's not. Grahatia has something new to say? Right. Time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. Hell yeah, Graha. Now it should be enough lumber for the... That should be enough lumber for the armor? Open mind, and open heart. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Aetheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I said I wasn't gonna look at chat. I'm minimizing chat. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with the miner. Can I leave that to you? I've minimized OBS. Mod, please, make sure everyone's on their best behavior. You're friends with Ayate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Ayate is sure to get you all the fire crystals you'd ever want, and then some. Okay, now I can look at chat. Wood is a poor conductor for electricity. Wood can't be the problem. You cannot be serious right now, y'all. We cannot, listen, I'm not saying that wood cannot be a good material for shielding things, but are you telling me that the best Faraday cages out there are constructed from wood? Are you telling me that when people armored ships, they armored them, they were called the wood-clad steamboats? Like, this cannot be it, lads. Oh, we've got an open heart and mind. Oh, Elish, what brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that about? A hot commodity. A way to obtain fire crystals is on the tip of Ayate's tongue. Now I remember Cerul and Nalis. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go over after the oldest, toughest Analas. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Look forward to seeing why Erenville thinks so highly of you. You had guessed we'd go get Valigarmanda's Aether here, but you were wrong. I think the only reason why we're not getting Valigarmanda's Aether is probably due to time constraints, right? With regard to the fact that we know that the Ronique are all behaving strangely, so the Ronique are in hot demand, as well as the fact that there are probably some people in Shaloni who are trying to evacuate. There's like a whole bunch of stuff there, right? There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger, dominated sorts, and that's what you need. I'm an expert when it comes to the bigger, dominating sorts. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind. Establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. Please, sir. Please, sir, this is not about you. A common science trick involves passing an electrical current through someone standing on wood. The wood insulates them from the current to someone standing on the ground. Only once the person standing on the ground make contact do they get shocked. Alright, fair enough. And of course, all of the weapons grade Levin Aether that all of these soldiers are using will obey all of the common laws of physics, just like everything else in the world of Final Fantasy XIV does. I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to read chat when I was getting like this. Waffles, I genuinely, that is an interesting science fact. I'm so sorry. You see no signs of your prey. Perhaps you will have better luck to the north. This is to the south, but that's fine. There we go. No! Oh, I messed up. Hello, sir. Okay. Sharing interesting science facts is what you love most? Hell yeah, Waffles. Amazing! You dealt with the beasts in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shenza? I'll see that he gets it. Clear fire crystal. A fire crystal of the highest purity, taken from the belly of a beast. I never remember how this factoid goes. Blue fire is hotter? Colder than normal fire? These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? IRL, yeah. Okay. I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Eleneshpia. Anyways, I'd best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wooklamat heading for the station. Excuse me. I heard someone say that one of the criticisms that was leveled at DAWNTRAIL was that there wasn't as much combat, and I gotta be real with you, I don't think that is a real criticism to be leveled at DAWNTRAIL. Like, the lack of combat has genuinely not bothered me that much. Which, in the interest of fairness, I don't think I play the game like the majority of other people do, but, you know, there you go. Definitely hotter. Okay. Please no polytender. This isn't about you, sir. Taken care of the crystals, have you? Things proceed apace here, too. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in the moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Oh, Heronville. Keep your chin up, Heronville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. Yep. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Is Erenville's mom okay? You do get the super slaptastic Wukalamat scenario in Galul Jaja Trust Trial. Fair enough, fair enough. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tulilal, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valcona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gefurler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Sure. This is the like they're getting everybody to come together to work on a project thing, right? Like they did it in Shadowbringers, they did it in Endwalker. It's formulaic at this point. Open heart, open mind. I don't actually have a problem with the song. I'm enjoying it. But that's fair. It does show the passage of time. All right, everyone, that'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Where are the rest of the Dawnbreakers? Zekoa. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Hear, hear, we all love Tural, and we love you, Valwa Clement. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain, this I promise. Is it bad that I'm just imagining Mablu being like, no, I love you. Like, I love you. Please go on a date with me. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. All aboard. Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Walika. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Sure. Wait at the designated location. Okay. Wait for the engineers to finish working on the train.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
That's a good sign.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft.
Measure
Sure
twice,
everything
cut
will go to plan?
once.
With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last!
I've been told it's a beautiful train. I see.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the
I
Dawn
see.
Blazer. Amazing!
I see.
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it can handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
Fair enough.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
It is a shame we have to blow her up. The Japanese translation. Okay. It's a shame that we have to blow her up.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Open heart, open mind. Open heart, open mind.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
Catboy ear wiggles.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down.
Hey, Pixie.
Aboard!
Vanish. At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
I was about to ask about why we aren't inside any of the passenger cars, but I guess it defeats the point of making armor if the armor
Here we
allows
go.
doors and windows.
Stand fast, everyone!
What? Yep, mm-hmm.
No, you don't!
Uh-huh.
Have care! They switched to firearms!
Yep, they did it just now.
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
God, could you imagine if he died in a cutscene on a train? It does beg the question why we had so... Oh, because of the cerulean. Yeah, okay, fine. Sure. In the interest of fairness, everyone hates Stone Vigil hard, and hated the part of Steps of Faith where you're supposed to use cannons, right? So, fine.
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Is she? Are we? Is she? It would be very funny if this was like the Gold Saucer game. I'll
End of the line,
Yeah.
everyone!
That was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
Man.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Vanguard, huh? Okay. Well, you know the drill, lads. We're gonna go ahead and try this a little differently. We're gonna get first volunteers from people who are in Twitch chat. So if you are at all interested in running Vanguard, go ahead and do with the little O with the slash to be like, hello. We're gonna do the priority system as we normally do, so that way it can be fair. So anybody who's interested, go ahead and express it, and we'll just pick the top 4. And that means we'll also go ahead and we'll run a very quick ad break, so that way the dungeon can be viewed uninterrupted. I'll see you all very soon. Top 3, yes. Tiger is correct. I do also have to be there. right, and we're back. Thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. We've got our crew set up, so people have had all of their priorities and recencies reflected accurately. In case you don't know what that means, if there's ever a moment where people want to run content but we need to decide, there's a whole sheet. It's all in the rules on the Discord. You get the whole 9 yards. But I am going to have to be on Paladin because I literally just don't have a class this high level yet. So we're gonna rock and roll. And then we'll see if we can switch back to Sam, but worst case scenario, we'll just waste a little bit of XP. Question for you guys. Is the Warrior of Light Glam acceptable, or should I switch it up? That's what you meant? Yeah, sorry, Nicodemus. So do not stress it. I just went back in the back end because this is our first time running content together on stream. I've gotten everything taken care about. Do not sweat it. Yeah. But yeah. What do I have in mind for the swap? Currently, literally nothing. I would have to make a new glam, right? So yeah. You love Vanguard? Hell yeah, Rosie. JR was saying earlier that they need to run it. So, you know, depending so many other factors and whatnot, if I like the glams in here, maybe we'll run it. Maybe we'll do some glam farms, hey? Dungeon leads to the next zone, which is level 97, so your Sam needs to level. Yeah, we're just gonna have to burn some XP because MSQ waits for no one, right? You can swap after dungeon, hell yeah. Cowboy glam? Absolutely not. How close is my samurai? Not close. So far away. We're just rocking the middle one. Cowboy glam. Oh. We're not doing a front line. Surely not. No, we're just going in. Lads, I love you all. XOXO very much. We're just burning the XP. Zoralja retreats to the dome in Yasulani, but not before laying siege to his home and slaying his own father. This foul deed cannot go unpunished, and so Wuklamat lays plans to pierce the dome and pursue him. To that end, the engineers of Shock Tural Railing refit their cerulean-powered train, christened the Dawn Blazer, and after avoiding fire from Zoralja's forces, successfully send it careening into the fortress, bridging the dome with the outside world. With the path forward now open, the battle for Tuliolal begins, as you and your companions take your first bold steps into enemy territory. Are those? Sure, cool. Why not? Okay, so Vanguard is Artificial IntelliGuard. Yeah, okay. Although, can I say something about this music? Sure. Enemy sighted, R7 sentries, prepare to engage. Sure, fine. Suspension of grid. Open hearts, open minds! Yep, Those sure are a bunch of bikes, aren't they? Yep, Oh, okay. It sucks that I like the music here so much. It sucks that this place is a vibe. You know what this feels like? This feels like one of those bad old, like, oh no, I'm not gonna frickin'. This feels like watching Miami Vice almost. Vanguard Commander R8, sure. Everyone else is R7, so this is R8. Electro Wave is absolutely a tank buster. Enhanced mobility, but wear the wing blade? Oh, sure. Okay, fine. Oh, come on, lad! Combat proficiency exceeds expected parameters, requesting reinforcements. How does that exceeding your parameters? Authorization to disengage limiters granted. I didn't see the rest of that text. Electro Wave, that's... Dispatch. That sounds kind of tankbustery. No? Okay. Boys. Oh, boys! Sure. Right? No, I'm so wrong! Oh! No, I was right. Actually, sure, easy. Actually, video games are easy. Dispatch. So funny, because a dispatcher would literally, right, like, assign more lads to the fight. So, like, that's a interpretation of dispatch. Okay, but you're doing something else. Oh, I see. We need to run immediately. Sure. Electro Wave, that's just Midtown. Cheeky little shield lob in there for old time's sake. Cheeky little shield lob in there for old time's sake. Okay. Alert, alert. Intruders detected, engaging defense turrets. Yep. Lads, Man, I can't believe we're having Synthwave and Big Band Revival at the same time. Truly what a time to be alive. Oh, lads! Now you might be thinking to yourself, Demised, why didn't you pop your sprint before that happened? To which I would say, you're a coward. Which I would say, you're the problem, not me. Surely it's not me. Sir? Don't do the big ring AoE. Don't do the big ring AoE. I would be very disappointed in you. Thank you. Sir? What did I just tell you? Thank you. I'm not moving. I see. I don't know what this boy's projecting. Intruders detected. Initiating purge protocol. No, bestie, it's better to have a healthy diet. Electro wave. Raid wide. Don't purge, that's a bad habit. Turrets deployed, commencing remote volley. Yeah, where are they deployed to? Oh, everywhere! Oh, bad! Sure! Restricting enemy movement. Electro fencing initiated? Yeah? I see. This feels an incredible amount of fucked up that I cannot possibly describe to you right now. Tank Buster, boring, yawn, snooze. Motion sensor. Motion sensitive bomb has been affixed to you. Any movement when effect wears off will result in detonation. I mean, like, I gotta though, right? Okay. Enemy breach imminent, relaying emergency signal. Yeah? Oh boy! Ooh, my favorite! Love this! Big fan of this! Ooh, love this! Feel nothing bad about this! Heavy blast cannon, is that a raid wide? I'm assuming it is! Oh, was it a staff marker and I just missed that? Oopsie poopsie! They survived, it's fine. Motion sensor. A motion sensitive bomb has been affixed to you. I've got 10 seconds starting now. Damn, this really feels kind of like near the damn it all. Power the cross bridge and release the beasts. We can stop them there. No. Is this Stargate? Cause it's feeling kind of Stargate. Is this Stargate? The cross bridge? Send in reinforcements. The commander will not tolerate failure. Surely the commander is not Zoralja in this situation. Surely it is not Zoralja. Purging hostiles. Resistance is futile. God. Do you think I can invite these boys to play StarCraft with me? Brood War, of course. They just look like they would enjoy some old-fashioned LAN gaming. Sure. This feels so near to me. I don't know how to describe it. That such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now. Okay, Mullet Man. Ophidian Outrider? Xander the Snake Skinner? Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. We redeem our honor with your lives. What is happening? Sure. You truly believe yourself a match for us? The audacity. It's not that they're literally gaming, right? They're not gamers who are using the drones as, like, on your knees. I don't... What? What? What do you know? Oh, okay. Y'all didn't know anything. Zoralja will have your head on a pike. Really? Why is Zoralja in command? You still stand. Impressive. Oh, I see. Oh, how? How could you? Ugh. And now he's gonna activate phase 2. Enveloped in a gentle light, the pulse of life runs through Xander the Snake Skinner. Alright, no more games. I was just having fun in games beforehand. It's very Heaven's War, the boys. I call him the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Oh, hello. You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. Okay. So there's some horse shit. Right? Synth sling? I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah? Pretty classic of you. What the actual fuck is this? Oh, okay, sure. I'm not ready for this mechanic to be in conjunction with anything else. Sure. What the? Oh my fucking snaky boy! I'm so angry. Screech feels like a raid wide. It is. Okay, so we understand this part. When's his tail coming into play? Because I obviously missed something with the tail towel, right? I'll tell you limb from limb. Yeah, Waffles. It is interesting he didn't have any voice lines, but all right, and in no particular order, because we do these during on-content streams, can I say a massive thank you to Raja, Soggy Cookies, who's never gone by any other name and knows no other name, and Darjeeling, like the tea. All right, thanks, guys. There is so much I have to catch up on here. Hold on. Okay. I did not have 4 Vuln stacks. I think I never had more than 2. So, haha on you. You hadn't panicked us so hard in a while until this dungeon? Really, Mesphia? 4 big dudes, yeah. Music is good, banger track. Every track this expansion slaps, you simply have to get used to being impressed. Okay, alright. Welcome to the Biker Shard, where everyone sleeps and eats on bikes, and centaurs have wheels. Hell yeah, Theo. This place is the vibe. Okay. What Miami Vice did you watch? I didn't mean to say Miami Vice, Tigerine. I was trying to do a combo of Hotline Miami and do you know the what was it called? The Far Cry. The Far Cry where it was like Cyber Dragon. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but that's what this vibe is. 80s Tron Vaporwave Dungeon. Thank you, Waffles. Yeah. You got hit by the bike, that's on you? Come on now. You not confident in your correct choice? What can I say? That's what the word dispatch means. The word dispatch has multiple meanings, Tigerine. Please. I love how they're like, this doesn't look like Allegan technology before using reskinned Allegan moms, for sure, for sure. Not synthwave, clearly wrong. Oh my god. Posted a metal cover of this music in the Discord for anyone interested. KKK. You were shitting yourself. Not synthwave for sure. All right, Rosie, come over here and give me a lesson in music. Grind this dungeon for healing gear. Hell yeah. Okay. This is the gate over the dome. More Vespine gas. Ah, the commander. Some guy. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm caught up. When inspiration strikes, you gotta start the painting. Oh, I see. Okay. Viper wave? Hell yeah, Raja. The dispatcher dispatched dispatchers to dispatchio. True walls. Alright. We've done the Vanguard, everybody. Let's rock and roll. So now we're inside Yassolani?
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind.
Oh no.
There was no mistaking we had reached Yassolani. And yet, it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassolani, can it?
Okay. So, obviously, that like sinking sensation when you've been away from your hometown, and you know, like all of the stores that you remember are different, all that jazz. Yeah. Oh, you found Seattle. Oh, there we are. I don't think it'll let me change gear here. Yeah, we'll do it in a second. We're not in Kansas anymore. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What happened here? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? This is Yassolani? I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. I couldn't have collected it, because this is 97. We're just gonna have to accept that we waste the XP, and you guys will have to run content with me later. Things keep getting stranger and stranger. Would you say curiouser and curiouser? No, absolutely not. We're just powering through, lads. The land of Levin. Erenville looks at Yassolani in disbelief. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor that wall, nor the wall over there. Like, we were already playing with themes that Erenville's home had been changed by virtue of all of the ceruleum mining and things that had come up, right? So the material's not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Like, is this... Okay, we'll talk about it later. Let's take a look around then. Like, I'm getting... Is it like Ender? Are we Ender's gaming this? We will... I'm sorry, friends. We're not doing on Sol. No. Although, also, what did I get? Oh. Hold on. I guess the bracelet?
Console.
Thank you for your 200 bits, Soju. Alright, okay, fine. We'll do one on Sol. And this is coming out of your... This is coming out of your stream priority. Who wants in for on Sol? We're doing one on Sol. It's gotta be so fast, lads. Now forming Team Anti-Demised, you know? You can Q snipe, but you need to log back in. Do not worry about it. I cannot believe. Here's the thing. You know what? Here's the thing. You want me to do it? Apparently my price is 200 bits. Apparently that's how low my price is. Are y'all purposefully Q sniping? Because it sounds like So is also doing it. And if we don't have a full 4... Susie, don't tell anyone else, but I just won't take it out of your stream priority. Okay. Don't sweat it. I will be honest with you. I did not intend to do on Sol. It's not... On Sol is literally my least favorite of all of the maps. We've had this conversation so many times. Yeah, I do not like on Sol. I think the lack of boundaries to sort of create and facilitate conflict is actively something that is to my detriment. My god, I bet you love Shatter. Did you know, Soju, that Shatter is set in the Coerthus Eastern Highlands? We do win the most on Onsol, I'm not gonna lie. A quick front lines roulette detour. Welcome to the step, MFR. Alright, I mean, thanks, I guess, but also it blows there. Also, is this not... Lads, I have a confession. I have very little experience with Final Fantasy VII. Is this not... plate underplate? Not quite. Okay. Too small. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's Big Mountain. How foolish of me, Theo. It looks a lot like something from Final Fantasy IX. Ooh, okay. And for the Q snipers amongst you, we'll go at Eorzea time 11:20. So that'll give you plenty of time to be nice and ready. It's a late Eorzea time 11:15 right now. 3, 2, 1, Q. Oh, I have been purposefully hiding my chat so that way I can use the B-roll for footage. So it is very funny when I like open it and obviously people have were like trying to chat to me. So apologies for that. All right. We are twin adders. My favorite. Smile. So fun fact, the Inquisitor title is actually a Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 legacy. You can't get the Inquisitor anywhere else, and it makes me so angry. Ah! It's actually from the Kobold Allied Societies. Skill issue, I see it. Theo, come on now. There the boys are. Here come the boys. Red is between us and blue. I get what they're going for there. That feels so dangerous, though. Yeah. No, surely not. No, surely we won't go up on Red's side. No, surely we wouldn't. I hate Onsal. With every fiber of my being, I hate Onsal. It makes me so uncomfy. Okay, red and blue are still fighting up here, so unironically, this is actually... Oh wait, we're going after blue? Sure. Doesn't look like there's any callouts in chat, so I feel like I can close chat to get some B-roll of PvP. I do see that. I don't even need to know what the call out is. It's going to be that A rank on the east, which is smart. If our boy down there can delay them. Nah! Yeah, that's rough. But we're already here, right? So the thing is we should fight. Alright, lads, thanks for the free escape, I guess. You're gonna wanna go! You're gonna wanna go! Couple of red back at our base. That's something we can do something about. Red has the A, so it's going to be between blue and red. We're going to want to be back on the west side, though. Out louds. It's not worth it. You thought we were just gonna let you, like, cast back here, my lad? That seems like a bad call. That's red. Blue is in red's territory. Sure, I can do that. Heading off in middle. Middle is like the safest place, unfortunately. Right? Like, because it's only got 3 ways of access. Okay, nope, it's east. Because we want to get that point, right? With luck, blue collapses on red, but you know. operative word there about luck. Let me just go ahead and open every single menu on the entire interface because I can. Hello, it's me, the panicking boy. Watch Raja, let's watch Dars. We're all still fairly blue. Oh, blue got an S rank in the center? Oh! Hopefully that means blue will garner some extra hate. We'll see how it goes. Lad? We should absolutely get out of here. Goodbye. Live your best life. Okay, so how's the fight going? It's obviously in favor of blue. We'll see how much hate we've garnered with red, because if red is playing the map, they'll start hitting... Oh, no, they'll start hitting us. We're still in the lead. We're overwhelmingly in the lead. Bizarre. I say overwhelmingly. That's 200 points. That's one bad team fight for us away. Red's coming in. It would have been nice to have somebody that I could run away to, but that was my fault for leaving my party behind. Oh, the worst front lines. I literally hate on Sol so much. Ah, it's fine. Got a full focus blue. Blue is bleeding us. And they're about to get 3 A ranks? What the fuck are these spawns? Is there anyone I can run to for it? Would have been a good escape if I needed it. This is deeply upsetting. Okay, that's fine. Probably stay and fight over this one. This one's going to be a bloodbath. What's happening? There's this undisputed A rank over there. I don't want to leave though, because this fight is with both of the enemy teams, right? Like, we need to keep leading blue, right? Like, that's the, like, there's literally no other recourse here. About 7 seconds before my stun is up, I'm not ready to fight that boy. Okay, I mean, God. Is that S rank enough to justify it? Not really, right? Like, we're just giving that to red, but like, what else, what other choice do we have? Blue is 200 points away from victory. I mean, other than to start hitting red, right? Like, if we win by points and we don't lose any points to death, we win. Do we think we're not going to lose any points to death? Yeah, red and blue are fighting each other. The amount of blue that are coming after us is negligible. We just have to not lose points, and we're not going to lose points. Bish bash bosh. Oh! I hate Unsol. Did I even level Samurai? Fuck, I did level Samurai. Shh. Oh wow, we actually did the best in terms of the fight as well. I would have thought absolutely that was blue. I mean, between blue and red, blue was second, right? Congrats on your 8 kills. We lost the least points to deaths as well, which is, these two normally go hand in hand. We gained the least points from playing the objective game. You spent the whole time making me and Red fight? Wait, Theo, were you playing as that paladin? But yeah. Red was playing the objectives. That S rank really stressed me the frick out. Theo, I don't know if you noticed on our stream, somebody marked you with a do not interact. I'm not gonna lie, Theo, every time I saw you in the fight, I was like, wow, this person knows the paladin PvP kit really well. Alright, lads. Get me the fuck out of Unsol. Presna, I say this with all of the affection in my heart. I did an all call. If you ain't in stream, that's not my bad. Thank you for my sacrifice, Raja. Always. No, I absolutely love Shatter. I could not care less for Unsol if I tried. And so thank you for the 2 bits, yeah. No, we're not doing PvP. It's an MSQ stream. We're doing MSQ. If someone donates 200 more bits, are we gonna do Unsol again? We'll talk about PvP. You'll donate 500 bits for me to close chat and do MSQ? You'll love to hear it. All right, lads. And Raja, thank you for the sub. Let's actually get back to MSQ though.
Swift Rage 500.
Lads.
Train.
We did just get to this zone. Yes. Oh, my posture is bad, Raven, yeah. The axe speaks are looking kinda... Not gonna lie. Are the axe speaks looking kinda... Haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yassulani. And yet... This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds. The air is oversaturated with lightning aspected aether. So, we've got a couple of elements that are in play right now, right? Element number one, we're dealing with soul aether, right? So when we saw the drones killing people in Tural, they took out like a gun-looking thing, and the gun-looking thing absorbed 2 discrete balls of aether. It's currently our headcanon that that has something to do with Monteshane, specifically with regards to memory aether and soul aether, as Monteshane's lecture and Walker would have prescribed to. Number 2, the skin commander, I genuinely don't remember his name, from Vanguard, talked about making us pay for all of the souls that he wasted, implying that souls are a resource that the people that they are using. Maybe souls are powering the machines that are being used in the fight. Unclear, but some question about souls. Part 3, why is everything Levin aspected, right? Have we had a calamity of lightning? We've had a calamity of water. We've had a calamity of fire. We haven't had a calamity of light. That was going to be what happened on the first, and also what the Ascians were trying to do in Heavensward with King Thordan. And we also haven't had a calamity of darkness. That's the Void. So we have had a calamity of lightning. Okay, interesting. The air is oversaturated with lightning aspected aether. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. Lightning was the second. Okay. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yassulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. Are we to believe that... So the axe beaks are local fauna, right? Like, the axe beaks are not transplanted from wherever the parallel dimension is. Yasulani Station. Damn, my boys. Y'all don't have the resources that they had in Tural. There was nothing stopping the Asians from using the same element in more than one calamity. In fact, they'd have to, as there's more reflections and elements. That's an interesting point. This aetherite is of Turali design. I guess, what would it have been? Umbral and Astral, maybe? Umbral 11, Astral 11, etc., etc. And then Light and Darkness Aether is unaspected, pulled towards Astral and Umbral, right? So, that would have been 14. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. And thank you for the train. I mean, there's only been 7 calamities, right? I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Yeah, but there can only be 13. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Whichever one that they just like the least, they don't do, yeah? This aetherite is of Turali design. Oh, poor Erenville. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hadn't been used in decades. Yeah, right, there's all this algae growing over it. And we know about the time distortions, right? So obviously a part of what was going on with regards to Graha Tia summoning people to the first was that there was time was not at a 1-for-1, right? So 5 days on the first had transpired in the amount of 1 day on the source, etc. So it would not be unusual for if this was something involving the reflections, for there to be an effective time dilation situation. Yeah, so the 13th and the 1st are both failed calamities. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. Rusty train turntable. You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Sure, it appears that way. Yeah, no point in the remaining Asians doing any rejoinings now that Zodiark is destroyed. It does also beg the question, right? Because Kryl is not less aether dense than the inhabitants of the source, right? Like we've gotten a lot of like dialogue confirming that vis-a-vis Kryl saying that Y'shtola should have said something because Y'shtola relies on Aether's side, right? So the only iteration in which that makes sense for Kryl is Kryl wasn't from whatever that reflection is. Kryl is basically an Asian without a memory crystal in the same way that Gaia was, or I don't know, that whatever this reflection is 7 rejoinings along. I think this thing is broken. Oh my god. Oh my god. No! please tell me we don't fix it and it becomes like our friend or whatever. Oh god. Please. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. So we'll do this cutscene and then yeah, we'll look at that real fast. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoralja's domain we're in. So what you're saying is that Kryl is not going to get a returning princess arc. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So, all evidence suggests this is Yassulani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yassulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. That does track. But if this is Yassulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Yassulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Wait. Tentoa. Tentoa and, Loazinigwe. Their village was up here in Shock Tural, right? Or was it in the other area that we explored? Erenville. Oh, yes. It's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Okay. Open heart, open mind. Open heart, open mind. Bzz. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions? Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Okay. As long as we're not getting a, what was the situation on Ozzy Slaw where it was like Wedge like befriended an Allegan node and then like turned it into a whole thing? Too strange by half. Let's leave it and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Hey, hey. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. Okay. Oh my god, look at this boy! Look at this boy! I'm sorry? Look at this boy! I'm feeling some kind of way about that boy. I'm gonna be real with you. He's a boy! He uses tools! He's got bands on his arms! Is he capable of speech? Is he capable of thought? Does he organize himself into little bands? This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. We get there. Erenville is 100 years old. Why did you take so long to meet up with us? Shakoprika obtained. Time to swap Twitch accounts. Well, I think that is a double blessing because I feel like we're gonna feel all sorts of ways with Erenville as it comes up. So real fast, we're gonna go on a quick break. You know the drill, anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to try to keep it on the 3-minute side. When we return, Erenville's home. The exact sort of homecoming we were all expecting. Wuklammat gets all of Yok Tural. And then this. See you all soon. Okay, and we're back, and we're large and in charge with more MSQ. Erenville, I'm sure, is taking all of this talk of other dimensions and all of this other stuff super well, I imagine. I imagine Erenville is going to look at his home and all of the buildings and people that he used to know that are not there and take it super on the chin. Because, you know, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. No sign of anyone. This is Erenville's village? Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Erenville. What in the world? And it's good to see you, Denisar.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Open mind. Open mind. Open mind. Open
Sriracha has told me a great deal about you.
Open mind. Open mind.
Sriracha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
This is normal. Actually, this is normal and good.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tural.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorulja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power.
What?
So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it.
Okay.
A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barriers surrounding our realm.
What?
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first.
I know. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. An open mind. Yes, it reminds me of exactly that, Graha. That is exactly what I was going to say.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
Alice.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tural?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
So he alone is to blame.
Yup.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless
All right.
have responsibility for it.
Fucking fine. Sphene, you got me on that one. Good job, Sphene.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Is she here? Is this...
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
Is this the, the souls of the Scions were taken, and so Grahatia gave their souls material form, but their souls were deteriorating at an accelerated rate? Is she here? Sphene's name is a reference to Garnet from Final Fantasy IX, by the way. Interesting. Okay. Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about on her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Little bit of column A, little bit of column B.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
No.
I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
Okay. Fine. Hasn't Elish always wanted to serve royalty? That is an interesting question. Because you are once again conflating Warrior of Light Elish with the character that I roleplay. But let's go ahead and sort of ignore that boundary. I don't know that the institution of a monarchy, I don't know what Elish's real feelings on the institution of a monarchy is, right? Would Elish in character have been a royalist? Maybe? There's so much to unpack there, right? Because in sort of the original mythos of the creation of Ishgard, the King Thordan is a near mythical figure, right? And it's only due to the fact that Haldrath leaves, right? Haldrath basically gives a charter to the four high houses and says, It's your job now, right? I don't know. Like, there's so much to this. And also, like this just whole thing. It's fine. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself a queen, is suspicious. Okay. Was there not a robot that was in the distance in the shot that wasn't there previously? Is Fiend projecting herself out of the robot that was closest to us? Because, like, again, we have the situation with Soul Ether, right? There was literally, I am so freaking sure, there was a shot where there was a robot, like, right here that was, like, somewhat deactivated, and it had like pink eye, like it had a pink face, and it had the white visor. It was exactly the same. I swear to God, there was a robot here. And then Sphene appeared, and the robot was missing. I know Chekhov's gun! Fucking robot ass. Sure, fine, whatever. A royal welcome. Alice is inclined to keep a close eye on the queen. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well. Alexandria is a weird name also, right? Like, obviously, the real-world analog that I immediately jumped to is the Library of Alexandria, right? But that's not necessarily sort of the only example. It's just one of the things that we are perhaps thinking about. Alexandria is also a Final Fantasy IX reference. Okay, gotcha. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. Okay, you cannot tell me there wasn't a robot there. Surely. I'm losing it. In the cutscene, like before Sphene shows up. I literally can't do this. You're watching it? Thank you, Mesphia. I'm losing my mind. Okay, we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. It's a relief to see the people here are well, at least. Are they? Are there people here? There is, but your my cam blocked most of it. Okay, I apologize for my camera blocking most of it. But there was a robot there, and now there is not a robot there, and Sphene is here. I'm not... Mesphia, Black Hat Coder, Mesphia just went back and watched the cutscene and confirmed it. My webcam apparently blocked the shot of the robot being in the cutscene. A most unusual farm, produce appears normal enough. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. It's not hydroponics. I guess you would just call them big sprinklers, right? Those brick buildings. I have seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural? Don't tell her anything. If she's entirely unaware of the affairs outside of Alexandria, except for what Zoraja has told her, don't tell her anything. They are completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming which they wanted to continue employing, but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps? If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. I don't know. Thank you, Mespia. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious. Yet. It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electrope-based engineering. A curious blending of two cultures. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of the ceaseless gloom, almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in Yasulani. This is a Tonawautan village, or at least it was, before the dome and these strange contraptions.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
What is that music behind whenever Sphene talks? Like fucking Baroque ass fucking pipe pan flutes?
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
Literally everything is from 9.
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
What is she's an AI? I don't get it.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a ton of Wautenrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Is Erinville's mom is canonically another Vieira, right? I'm pretty sure we've seen shots of her. How long do Vieira live? Like, assuming the time dilation is real, assuming this is a matter of, okay, it is hundreds of years. This sucks. Everything about this sucks. I cannot possibly, I'm sorry, I know, I like, the Vice leaders were alive during the Ronkin Empire, yeah. We're just gonna touch on it and we're gonna move on. I just have so many questions with regards to the Dome and these people. And obviously, in feudal societies, where there is the concept of a king or a queen, there is not consent of the governed. This is making my skin crawl. I'm sure if I played Final Fantasy IX, that I would have a different response to a lot of this. But to where I am right now, the mountain of discomfort on my shoulders is so hardcore. People may like their rulers, sure. I do think it comes into a question of, did they have an option, right? And this gets complicated and goes into different things, but yeah. Like, Sphene was a reference to Garnet, and there is zero similarities. Okay. the three primary things that are making me deeply uncomfortable in this moment. Number one, were the people of Yassolani, and there's no way they could have been, right? Like, if Zoralja seizes power in the way that Sphene is implying that he does, right? Vis-a-vis, she gives it to him because she is afraid of his power, or whatever this, like, this thing is that's happening, right? Like, you know what this feels like almost to a certain extent? This feels like Yulmore. And remember how I kept being really nervous about Yulmore, and Yulmore just stopped shy of where I was afraid of? This has Yulmore energy. Like, number one, consent of the governed. Were the people of Yassolani given permission to leave? And obviously, I feel like they wouldn't have been, right? Perhaps there would have been. Perhaps there were some people who undertook the journey to leave, and due to time dilation, maybe their aether got sheared trying to leave, or they hit the fortress, and then all of Zoralja's soldiers just killed them at the fortress. Move it to the side for right now. Consent of the governed. Number two, like, and this is the thing, right? It's just like technology advances, right? Like, sure, fine. Like people have link pearls, and link pearls are fairly unobtrusive via their non-visible form to the outside. The fact that all of these people have these circles on their faces is just a mild discomfort, and it may or may not be exactly the same thing as having a Bluetooth headset, right? Like, the thing here is that those circles are very sci-fi, are very whatever. Like, it could be indicative of anything. It could be indicative of them having a Cyberman worm in their brain from Doctor Who, or it could be indicative of them just having a cool cell phone attachment. But like the like technological advancement, and this is the Amerigo Vespucci discomfort that I had previously, and the reason why I use Amerigo Vespucci is because his name is a little bit less sort of front and center in a lot of those conversations. Obviously, what I am saying with Kettenram when I use the Amerigo Vespucci analog is I'm basically saying the explorers who discovered the new world, right? And like, Kettenram occupies much of that similar position in Eorzea. And obviously, in the way that they are referring to Kugane and to Authored, the fact that they have surrendered the usage of the Far East, and now they're talking about lands far, far to the east, right? And that's sort of their way of like catching the nomenclature up with that. Taking Yassolani and saying, oh no, you're in the kingdom of Alexandria, makes me so nervous. And then finally, and most importantly, right, like this whole Sphene thing of like Sphene being the queen, and she's walking amongst her people in much the same way that Wuk-Lamat does, almost feels, because of the amount of work we had to do with Wuk-Lamat to get there, right? Because of the fact that there were the trials, that there were other people. We don't know Sphene's story. Wuk-Lamat is actually, in the wildest fucking turn of events, Wuk-Lamat is very logical. When Wuk-Lamat says, we can't judge Sphene yet, we don't know, sure, fine, valid. Like, we don't know Sphene, so I can't say anything. But the way that it feels in this exact moment is Wuk-Lamat had to literally claw her way up to the position where she is at. And Sphene is just like, And obviously that is just appearances, right? Like, obviously we are not worried about Sphene being of a comparable power level to any reasonable person, because then we could just whip out our sword, kill Sphene, and have one half of the monarchy of Alexandria dealt with in this exact moment. Obviously Sphene is not, I don't want to say mortal, but obviously Sphene is not comparable to the average person on the street. But, like, it feels, in this moment, like an almost caricature of Wuk-Lamat. And this is the thing, right? Is like, if Sphene walked alongside us, if Sphene did the exact same thing, we probably would have done the least situation again, right? Like Sphene is in an unenviable position of not being able to win either way at this exact moment. And like, golly gee, I want to see what they do, but also I'm so nervous. Y'shtola confirmed the dome can kill a pawn touch. Yeah, exactly. Sumeru vibes. Didn't we see it with Zoralia? Wasn't his on his back? Finally, you can learn the actual story of what the fuck is going on because you can't be bothered to do it yourself. Masher, it's always good to see you, my friend. Yeah, like, I think the thing that is breaking me the most as a human being about this, because like let's be clear, right? I fucking love like noblesse oblige as a motif to play with, right? When you enter into the idea of, well, obviously the people at the top are supposed to take care of the people at the bottom. Noblesse oblige is just trickle down economics by a more medieval and French sounding name, right? Like, obviously noblesse oblige is not real, but the pressures that puts on both sides, the concepts of it, right? I fucking love Ishgard. The hypocrisy of me being like, Ishgard, and then looking at Alexandria and being like, you're not allowed to do feudalism is bullshit, right? Like, literally Ishgardian society is based off of almost a comparable amount of lack of consent of the governed, right? Like, if you are one of the small folk, and they do use the term small folk in Ishgard, one of the common people who are employed by House Durandare, right? Like, you don't have a lot of social mobility. Ostensibly, you could try and get a contract with another house, but ultimately it comes down to the big four high houses. There's just something here that, like, that just hits weird, and I can't touch it yet. Yeah, Ishgard is a theocracy. There's no consent of the governed conferred upon the head of state. Arguably, we still don't understand the makeup and position of the synod, but you are more or less correct, right? So yeah, we'll see how we go. It's a relief that some of the people in Yassulani are alive and well. Sleep tight, Ender friend. Thank you for popping by in.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
But it's not Erenville's biological mother,
You know my mother?
Or is Erenville's the only one
do.
who's a biological?
Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
Okay. So if my theory is correct, which again, that Sphene is the robot that we saw in the background, then the robots that don't have a person sort of projection over them are ostensibly Zoralja's, because Zoralja sees no time or has no patience for the accoutrements or the trappings of personage or whatever, maybe. Because like the commander of Vanguard, the Snake Skinner or whatever, like, there's obviously a lot of motifs of snakes. There's obviously a lot of sort of conversation that lends me to believe possibly Zoralja has led into a veneration maybe of Mamulja physiology. Maybe, like, I don't fully get what the thing with the commander was there, but I don't know. I guess okay. Number one, all of these people are living on the outskirts. Ostensibly their needs are being met. what is the function and purpose of the robots? Because my first thought is going to the robots are a material body for the memory aether and soul aether of people from wherever Sphene and all of this originally comes from. But Christ knows, right? You don't think it's specified, but biological relation is implied. Okay, it is. Snakes are a emblem of knowledge. I mean, you know what? That's fair, Tigerine. To say that the source has a stranglehold on, like, reptilian creatures would be insane. The source does have a stranglehold on dragons, but that's a different conversation. Other reflections have Scalekin.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Pepone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
This is not like an anger thing. We have voice to it. It has been 30 years since the barrier was put up, combined with however long Erinville has been missing.
$30 As in 30 years in the
Oh, never mind.
past?
This is what I get for trying to emphasize important plot
Absurd though
points.
it may
They'll do
sound,
themselves.
there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
$30. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
Yeah, okay.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is a piece of another reflection.
I cannot say for certain, but I strongly suspect that to be the case. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
You know what is like playing with my brain in this? Is that I keep replacing Sphene with like Alexa, or like I'm looking around because my phone is a Google phone, or like okay, Google, right? Like, Alexa, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople? Like, I just keep replacing Spheen's name with like one of the like Siri or whatever, right? And like, I have yet to be disappointed by doing that, and I'm so nervous that Spheen is like, I am a giant computer or something.
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of
I
Alexandria.
do
then.
appreciate that, JR.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
I am so nervous about
Even
the
if I don't
condition of these
understand the
survivors.
half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living.
Because, like...
Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
So Spheen is the natural progression of ChatGPT. That's not necessarily the case, Masher. We have no confirmation of that. That is my worry, based off of the contextual storytelling that has been provided, in much the same way that it is a part of my worry that the whole thing about twin heads is partially fueled by the etheric radiation from the meteorites in Yoctel, right? So there's a lot of stuff here that is the subtext, not the main text. You know all those ads that's like, generate your own anime waifu with AI? No! This is a heavy exposition time, so just absorb what they're telling you. You understood at least 15% of the words I just said. The Mamulja with two heads are unlikely. And so, there was a scene with a meteorite talking about how the meteorite had weird energy coming off of it. And so, the weird energy coming off of the meteorites, combined with the proximity to the conversation of Mamulja with two heads, to me, felt like they were saying, we radiate our eggs to also modify the chances of whether or not there are Mamulja born with two heads. It's not explicitly said, right? And so obviously, like, to me, that theory is occupying the same space as my thing with Vothri and the Light Warden seed, right? And how people keep talking about how Vothri has the boob face, and like, what's the story with the boob face? In human gestation periods, all of us divide basically into twins, and most of us consume our twin during gestation and just become the one. So it's my opinion that during Vothri's mom's pregnancy, Emet-Selch didn't understand human reproduction cycles and just went, yeah, I'll put the Light Warden seed somewhere in there. And basically Vothri consumes the other, which is why Vothri still retains the intelligence of a human being while possessing the powers of a Light Warden. So yeah. I like Tigerine, yes. I know they don't do it purposefully, right? We cannot do this right now. When Final Fantasy teaches sex ed, don't tell Florida, yo. Masher, no! Okay, we're moving on. The thing that makes me uncomfortable about this is the scene we got earlier in Tuliolal, where Wuk-Lamat goes, fight for Tuliolal, right? And all of the people are like, we're gonna fight for our nation. And so these people here who go, we're Alexandrian, right? That's a part of what's making me nervous. Is a part of the narrative of the story so far has been that a degree of patriotic fervor or a degree of national fervor is good, And so then these people be forsaking Tuliolal in favor of Alexandria is what? So he's talking about the new technological innovations to their farming. No, we did, I was told that, Egg. Well, we do have the 30 years.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please. You needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
We are elbow deep in the thick of it right now, Raven, so, you know, take this with a grain of salt, right? But a part of the problem with that statement is, in my opinion, the Yakhoi, right? The Yakhoi have dissident groups, despite the fact that the formation of Tuliolal has been around for 80 years. So, the dissident groups who are saying, we still want the Yakhoi Empire, versus the entirety of civilization around them being Tuliolalan, belies the Yakhoi's what? Versus these Tona Woutans saying now that they're Alexandrian, right? You hate her little custom animations where she presses her hands together. It's very cute, but she unsettles you so much here. Absolutely. So spooky. The story was confusing enough for you before they started using the method of slamming a face into a keyboard to start naming people and places. So, Masher, a lot of these names are based off of real-world analogs, right? And so I've actually pulled up a pronunciation guide because we're doing our absolute best to sort of respect that. And I think it is important, right, to identify that a lot of the story here is drawing from what could have been in a better and ideal world. But it is, I will say that the story that was told in the first half of MSQ is not the story that is being told in the second half of MSQ. Your thoughts were, when you reached here, was that the headship was brainwashing or something of the sort to make them feel extremely devoted to the queen. I definitely see that. My worry at this exact moment is more that all of the people in this town square are not themselves, right? Because what he's saying is like, well, golly gee, my memory of 30 years ago is really rough. And what my worry is that he was killed 30 years ago. His soul and memory aether was extracted from his body, and then he was input into a robot. And obviously that is wild conjecture. Obviously the MSQ will tell me whether or not that's true. But like that's what the like head circlet thing is giving me, is it's giving me those Fallout 4 synths, and the whole like the only way that you can tell who is a synth and who isn't is by like killing them and opening their guts and pulling out their synth chip. You know what I mean? But we'll get to it.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care.
Semantics, but Tonowautin is the Turali name for Hyur. You think a more appropriate nomenclature would be saying Turali citizens who are now claiming they're Alexandrian. Fair enough. Turali citizens who are now claiming that they're Alexandrian. Fallout sounds crazy. You have no idea what it's about. It's weirdly in the most sweeping generalizations. The vibe that I'm getting from Alexandria right now is the vibe that I get from all the weird little settlements in Fallout.
Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
Like, ostensibly, how many people are now in the kingdom of Alexandria?
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Fair enough. Slight correction to that. I should be saying Tuliolal citizens, because Tural place contains Tuliolal and Alexandria, and the nation of Tuliolal is itself quite young. Isn't Yasulani? Yasulani is a part of Tuliolal. Both Shoktural and Yoktural are both under the governance of Tuliolal. Right, that's the entire premise that's being presented to us when we're coming over. Right, Tuliolal is the city in the same way that Gridania is both the city and the state. Tuliolal is a city-state. In the same way that you would say that someone from... I'm using the Greek example because modern-day examples are a little bit rougher, but in the same way that somebody from the city-state of Athens was an Athenian, right? Like, obviously Athens is a place in Greece, and obviously Grecian is also applicable, but... Fair enough. Look at Wukalamat's eyes, and then Sphines, then look at their mannerisms. This isn't a spoiler, but a theory. Are you... Sathis, I'm already there with you, that Sphene is, like, modeled after Wukalamat. Because I am already there with you. I still don't believe that Sphene isn't like a weird AI piloting robots. So that's my response to that, yeah. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Three minutes till ads. Okay. What we're gonna do then is we're gonna actually go ahead and run an ad break right now. You know the drill, 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. I don't think I will let the Tural travel log play the whole way through this time, so it's gonna be cut short a little bit, or start midway through. I don't 100% know what's going on with it right now, but I will catch you guys all very soon. See you in a few. Hi, friends. We simply must come to this. And this is what it is. It ain't real. Yo girl, it's just a bunch of pixels. Here is the thing. You know I love gazing into lore. And you know I love examining everything, taking it all apart, looking at all of the bits and pieces, and like cracking it open and being like, here are all of the funny little like electricity bugs that make it move, right? You know I love doing that. Yo girl, this ain't real. The reason why I am saying this is because for me, as someone who did a lot of study into political science, my takeaways from everything that is happening with Alexandria right now is based in the real world. And here are things that don't happen in the real world. Magical death domes do not appear over civilizations and magically create a time dilation for 30 years in the real world. Parallel dimensions that we can interact with on a regular basis do not happen in the real world. Magic does not happen in the real world. And so the reason why I am saying this is because Raven earlier was making the bit about me doing more deep dives about my feelings and thoughts on all of these and putting them into a YouTube video. And you know what, Raven? I am going to have to double thank you for that suggestion, I think. Because we simply cannot. We simply cannot examine every single one of my feelings on this while still going through MSQ. So we're gonna just keep rocking and rolling. Know that I have so much here. Also, this NPC keeps having ambient dialogue of one of my friends got assigned the role of Hunter, and the other one is saying, gods, I wish that was only me. And I do not know what it means. It makes me so unhappy. You can never remember all your points after the fact. Allow me to reassure you, in much the same way that I have memorized a small mountain of bullshit things with regards to Ishgard, I am not going to have any trouble remembering these points. I won't feel the same way that I feel about the points in the future, but I will not have trouble remembering them. Preach is also doing MSQ and doing daily videos, but he sleeps on his thoughts and makes his video the next day. Yeah, like I think that's the big thing, is that the problem is that I am right now in the thick of it. So there you go. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another, and I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Like the thing is that this is Wook-Lamat's farmland. Again, yo girl, it's all pixels, it's not real. But also, Sphene is eager to show you around. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yupye's Halo, it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yopie's Halo. Do they have... Oh no, it's a gemstone trader. I thought this was going to be an alpaca porter to like take you from town to town. Oh. That's interesting. They don't have a porter here at all. Did we have porters in Shaloni? Oh my gosh, we didn't. Is this the death of chocobo porters? You think an alpaca is traversing that spatial distance for 1K? I mean, here's the thing. Alpacas can fly. I don't know if you know this, Soju, but without attuning to aetherite, alpacas can fly no problem, so I don't get what the big deal is. Like, this concept is so wacky to me. In part because it's like, so what? This is a partial transference? You had a mini localized calamity because it was only a little area that was transferred over? Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. What do you suppose they keep inside this building? I mean, I presume the Ronique, right? I presumed the Ronique. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. Like, this is the thing that I need to know. Are all of the people who are in Alexandria right now the same people who were there when the dome was erected? Or have some of them had children and those children then grew up? Because the vibe that I was getting from... It wasn't Papa Shan. That's the guy, that's the Lalafell and Ulda. But the vibe that I was getting from the sort of unofficial leader of the outskirts was that they were alive 30 years ago, and they were more or less capable of doing the same things that they're capable of doing now. So... She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sphene, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. The under the dome analogy is like so painful right now. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? So, Clary, it's not the question of whether or not they could have kids, although obviously we did not see any kids in the very brief time that we've spent in the outskirts. My problem is that again, aged character models is not something that Squeenix does super well, but the vibe that I'm getting from that character is not that he is 60 years old. Do you get what I mean? Or 50 years old, or aged in any meaningful capacity. The vibe I got from him, in the way that this is the case with most of the towns and places in Final Fantasy XIV, is that he is of ambiguous, young to middle-aged man. And that is weird for the implication that people have been in here for 30 years, in my opinion, right? But it might just be that Alexandria is so technologically advanced that they have anti-aging technology, except instead of it being the BS that a dermatologist says that they recommend for your skin cream, it's actually literally like nano machines like undoing wrinkles in your face or something insane, right? Like, whatever. It is also implied that he's 30 years of age. Okay. So that is the thing that we are supposed to take away from that, is that he is effectively wherever 40 to 60 years old, assuming that he is old enough to understand how to put up shelving. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. 'Twould appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type. Don't we know it, Wooglamat? But given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. But be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wooglamat's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. I did get my sightseeing log updated. Yeah. There were lads out here. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. Is the Kingdom of Alexandria supposed to be a meritocracy? I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. If you should ever take an interest in farming, I'd be more than happy to teach you what I know. When he says Alexandria, the implication is not Turali or Tuliolalan, right? So, other people like Sphene? Because Sphene doesn't have the weird discs on the side of her head, right? Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and Electro complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. The gut punch I just got of like my mom being like, I don't understand how computers work and I don't understand how phones work was very real just now. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. So Hennick's grown up with this stuff, implying, again, that he is of the next generation. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? His parents were here before the dawn. So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. I just got a kerplunket. But settling that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Yuppie's Halo, we produce not only fruit and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Perhaps later you could tell me more of what the world is like beyond the barrier. I actually live up there. It's only for work that I come down to the outskirts. The Yakoi's description of the City of Gold probably was like, and people weren't left wanting, right? Suspicious. The like recontextualization that the Yakoi were having basically dreams of like content workers under capitalism is an insane conceptualization for me personally, but fair enough, right? This is the apparatus we use to deliver vegetables. As we can't leave them outside for too long, we use an automated system to send them through underground conduits. It's a shame Kona's not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa. The idea that we got face gear so that way we could have a headgear of like a brain wheel or whatever and have glasses is very funny to me. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? There are days. Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... Wirebone, literally what I was thinking. Literally what I was thinking. No, it's fine. As you've said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. This is when Bakul Jaja is like giving us his traumatic backstory, and like we're just supposed to be like, oh, it's okay, because you had a rough past, you can be an absolute murderous, rampaging jerk. No, it's fine. As you've said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my own thoughts, I wasn't very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that has a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Elish is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well. I gratefully accept. But please take care. This ought to go even faster if you and I are searching for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting! Because we know that the way that the rejoinings were done was through, Oh my god, I forgot to attune to the outskirts. I gotta go back. Which is actually perfect, because we're about to end the stream. It is... I don't know, there's a lot here. There's a lot to break apart. We know that rejoinings were done by basically making there be a surfeit of aether on those particular places. So when they were attempting to rejoin the first with the source, it was light, right? And so you make it so that there is a absence of light on the source, either by a primal like eating it all up or by some other means that the Asians created, and then forcing almost like a magnet, right, the reflection and the source to rejoin. So the idea that Alexandria is just lightning, like Levin aspected, fits the little bit that we know, but it's like so different in so many different ways. I don't know, there's a lot here. But I do want to say, thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. We have made some progress, but there's always more to go, isn't there? We're gonna go ahead and try and send y'all out some ways. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. You know what? So this is going to be significantly, well, not significantly, a little bit behind us. A loose acquaintance of ours, Shiro Demon, is currently streaming MSQ. They're currently level 96. So if you feel so inclined, drop them a follow and see if their takes are different. Maybe much more charitable. You'll get to watch all of the joy and wonderment of the palace scene after Zoraija returns and get a different take on it. So I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all so much for being here. See you soon.